We will get started and call the meeting to order, the regular council meeting of Wednesday, July 17th, 2024 at 5 o'clock in Cayce City Hall chambers. The press and public have been notified according to the Freedom of Information Act.
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you all for joining us in person. Thank you all for joining us online. Thanks to our IT team who's been working nonstop, making sure that things work. They had some impressive glitches today that they worked through earlier today, so thank you all for your hard work. You are seen and we appreciate you. I believe Councilmember Socks has a revocation this evening? Oh, great. Yeah. Please pray for us.
Pray with me if you will. Dear Lord, thank you for allowing us to meet tonight and discuss the business of our city. I pray for civility tonight, and I pray that you work through us tonight and that the decisions we make are in the best interests of our city and its residents. We pray that you're with our first responders on duty and off duty, Lord, and we thank you for their courage and willingness to protect our city. Lord, also come to you tonight to pray for the people and families and former president who were victims of an attack in Butler over the weekend, Lord. And I also come to you tonight to pray for Councilmember Byron Thomas and his family as they sadly lost Byron's cousin, Latrell. And I pray that you bring them peace during this time, Lord, and pray for unity in this country. I pray that you're with all of us this evening, and I pray this in your name. Amen.
Amen. Please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we have approval of minutes from the June 4th regular council meeting and the June 26th public hearing and regular council meeting.
Motion to accept both and approve both, Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
I'll call the question.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Socks.
Yes.
Councilmember Carter.
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes, thank you, so moved. We have public comment regarding items on the agenda.
Yes, Mayor, we have three. First is Ms. Mary Safco, item 9A3.
Thanks to council, Ms. Hagler, Ms. Carter. I am a member of District 1, and Tim James is my District 1 representative. I would like to read my back and forth email exchange today with Tim James. My email to him stated, concerning 9A3, since the only employees who are appointed by council are our two judges, one attorney, and our city manager, why has this been added at the very last minute for discussion during executive session? This last-minute add-on gives me great concern. I am very satisfied with these appointments, especially the outstanding job by Tracy Hegler, our city manager. I would like these positions to remain unaffected. Also, I am deeply concerned with electronic devices being used during council meetings by elected council officials. Please consider banning the use of any electronic devices during council meetings except by the city manager, Mindy Carter, and our AV team. Committee minutes should be read by council before this meeting. Mindy Carter can provide paper copies of the agenda for your meeting use. Tim James replied, many thanks, Mary, for keeping up with everything going on and for your input. As for your point regarding electronic equipment, years back, with my support, we as a council decided to issue workbooks so as to ease the burden on staff for getting communications out and to reduce printing, and of course to increase the timeliness of changes so we all have computers. I don't see where we need to be able to change that, talk about going back in time. I, for one, love using the system put in place versus collecting a bunch of documents. All I have to do is open the workbook. My response as follows, and please note he didn't respond to my first concern. Does the workbook permit others to communicate to a council member during a council meeting? If so, as I feel certain is happening, outside interference has been occurring, which means outside interference or manipulation is affecting council votes. I'm talking about 10 printed copies of a 2-page agenda twice a month. That is all the 5 of you should need. No smartphones or devices are needed. If you read the committee meetings, let me start over again. If you read the committee minutes prior to the meeting, you don't need to access those documents during the council meeting to vote to approve or amend each. I'm not suggesting these be printed. Homework using your workbook device should always be required reading. What happened in plain view to many people at the last council meeting truly needs to stop. Council members should not be receiving messages of any type during a council meeting in an effort to manipulate votes. If others want to comment to council, let them sign in to speak at the top of the agenda like me and everyone else. That provides a level playing field. The elimination of electronic devices should be mandated during council meetings to restore lost trust by constituents. Mindy Corder does an outstanding job of taking minutes, so you'll have an account of what occurred. This is not moving us back. It is moving us forward in a positive way. I don't want unelected people having invisible seats on our council. I hope you can see that. If so, use your influence to make this happen. Please lead this charge. If not, then I truly worry about your leadership. Thank you for the opportunity to let you know about the serious undercurrent of concern on this issue. People are watching and paying attention. This is far bigger than just me. My last email follow-up to Tim James. Since I was unsuccessful in handling this through you, I will be making public remarks on both issues tonight. Hopefully you understand I only have Cayce citizens' best interest at heart. Thank you for this opportunity. Now I trust you will do the right thing and make the right decisions because I bid you good night. I'll watch virtually. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Safko.
Next is Mr. Mike Pasry, item 5A.
The RS4A, the only objection I have is the section that permits duplexes. And the reason for that is if Broadbrook Court, LLC, Limited Liability Corporation, if they ever found that they could not proceed with this project and decide to sell the property, a future buyer could buy and put nothing but duplexes in there because that's what RS4 allows that. Now, my wife and I have been living at the same place on Lexington Avenue. December will be 38 years. So we have a vested interest in, it's a quiet, it's not a through street, it's a good street. The Planning Commission voted unanimously to make the, for RS4A, the duplex not permitted. And they voted on that unanimously. I was there at the meeting. And we would hope that the council would just make that change in RS4A. And anything else is okay, even those accessory apartments, that has to be approved by City of Cayce staff. They have to approve that one. So I'm not worried about anything else, the townhouses and all that, but that duplex, that's got to go. Got to go. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Pasray.
Next is Mr. Ross Shealy, item 9A3.
Good evening, members of council, mayor, everyone. My name is Ross Shealy. I live in Moss Creek, Councilmember Carter's district. I've lived there since 2004, but in the summer I'm an honorary resident of Edenwood, and I'm at the pool a lot there. I try not to come to these meetings unless I feel like it's something important that will affect me, and I used to not even check the agendas, but I made the mistake of checking the agenda this morning, and I'm here On the same topic Ms. Safco already spoke about, I noticed the executive session discussion of employment of an employee appointed by City Council. I thought there was only 2 employees appointed by City Council. I wasn't aware about municipal judges or how that happened. And the 2 I was aware of, one of them will probably be in executive session with you, so I didn't think it was about him. But just in case it is about our city manager, I've had the pleasure of working with our city manager through the Beautification Foundation, and I work with city managers and municipal attorneys in my job as a attorney a lot. I know that Ms. Hegler is well regarded among those in the field, and I know that she does an outstanding job. She's a hard worker, and she's done great things for our city. So I wanted to come here and I don't know, obviously it's a pretty vague description of what's being discussed in executive session, but I felt compelled to come here and say that. And I think you guys know that better than I do. Tracy's outstanding is just the only word. She's great. I would say she's probably one of the best in the state. And we're lucky to have her. I think it's probably one of the best appointments this council has ever made. I don't remember how long ago it was, but so maybe the executive session is about trying to lock her down for another 5 years, in which case I'm enthusiastically behind that. If it's about anything else, then I just hope Hunter's prayer about making decisions in the best interest of the city is answered, and that we get to enjoy her great work as a city for many years to come, or as long as she's willing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shealy.
That's it, sorry, that's it, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, we have a presentation by Ms. Dara Brown regarding an update on the data from the bike lane demonstration and the community walk audit.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council. I appreciate being given a few minutes of your time. For the sake of those of you in the room and online, my name is Dara Brown, and I'm the Senior Community Health Coordinator for Brooklyn Lakeview Empowerment Center and the Chair of the Active and Accessible Community Transit Coalition. More importantly, I'm a 20-year Cayce resident. About a year ago, I had the opportunity to stand before you and share the Coalition's ideas to make the West Metro area more walkable. As a reminder, improvements in walkability create accessibility for every age and ability to move from place to place without solely relying on a car. It would help reduce pedestrian collisions, in which Lexington County is ranked in the state's top 10. And we know from other communities' walkability investments, it brings tourism, new businesses, and jobs. At the time, we shared an idea for a 5-mile walk-bike loop through Cayce and West Columbia. I promised I would keep you informed, and this spring, the Coalition held some events and to begin gauging community perception, and so here's a brief summary of what we did this spring. During Soiree on State, a temporary bike lane was installed on State Street with art provided by the Cayce Arts Guild. By our counts, which was done by very human eyes, so it's probably a little bit off, about 966 persons engaged with or walked through the demonstration while it was up. That included about 43 people with bicycles, 921 people either walking or strolling through with strollers, and 2 people with mobility devices. During the demonstration, surveys were completed by willing passersby, either with QR code on their smartphone or by paper, and the city staff very kindly posted the survey link on Facebook for additional survey completion from the public. I will briefly go through the survey data. We had over 1,000 people complete the 5-question survey, most from Richland and Lexington counties. Of the total, 248 were from Cayce, so about a quarter of the total respondents. Just looking at West Metro responders, Cayce made up the majority, not surprising since it was a City of Cayce event. The first question asked about usage, stating if protected bike lanes were permanent, would you use them? As you can see, responses are broken down out of overall responders, the West Metro region, and the city level. The responses are resoundingly positive. Yes, they would be used. In the next few slides, you'll notice that the number of responders will decrease. And I want to explain why. That's because if you responded yes to this question, question number 1, you went on to question number 2. If you responded with no, it skipped you to question number 4. Question number 2 is how. How would you use protected bike lanes? Cayce respondents mostly responded with recreationally as opposed to commuting. The third question inquired about perception of safety. Would protected bike lanes make you feel safer walking, biking, or rolling in the city? 99% of responding Cayce residents said yes. Question 4 aims at assessing beliefs and attitudes towards investing in walk-bike infrastructure to make the city more accessible to individuals of all ages and abilities. Across the board, the resounding answer was positive. The fifth and final question requested zip code, which is what allowed for us to categorize people and their locations. A couple takeaways. As a coalition, we recognize that the sample size is diverse. The soiree draws people of all types. It's also a small number compared to the actual population of the city. But it's also definitely greater participation than if this had just been like a DOT public meeting. What the data does capture is an interesting snapshot of public perception of walkability, indicating Cayce is moving toward being ready for such changes. In the future, we will ask for the responders' age. We know from the real estate data that was shared in last year's presentation that younger generations are more likely to seek out living in areas that are more walkable. And the AARP Livable Communities program educates adults over 50 and older around the country about communities being friendly to all ages. As an aside, the coalition has some education to do about what commuting is. Yes, the traditional definition is travel to and from work, but we'd like to challenge people to broaden that to commuting to any distinct destination like a pharmacy or a school or church. The second event we held was a community walk audit. That included about 18 people, including the mayor and Councilmember Thomas and City Manager Hagler. As my training and mentors dictate, the route was a loop, and it was about a mile long, and that was also shared with the police department. There were 2 goals for the day. The first, to make sure that every resident attending was heard and that people listened to each other. And a promise was made to collect all the feedback and share it back with council, which is what I'm doing today. The route wasn't perfect, but again, it was a snapshot. And it got participating residents talking to each other and talking about walkability. We made 3 stops along the route, and community members were given a chance to rate the quality of their walk experience on a scale of 1 to 10 and give their reasons for each rating. The first stop was at the intersection of 12th Street and Frank. The average walk experience score was a 3. You have the entire comment list before you, but to kind of highlight some of the comments that were made, they include needing places to sit along the route. We passed about 3 bus stops between walking here from City Hall down to that corner, and none of those bus stops had shelter or seating. There were requests for more speed limit signs and law enforcement patrolling. There were requests for a buffer between pedestrians and the road, and that the shrubbery along 12th Street needed to be trimmed. The sidewalk is bumpy and uneven, and lighting is needed along 12th Street. We also took the opportunity to look down Frink towards Julius Felder, even though we didn't walk that direction, and we noted these things. The lack of streetlights, that the sidewalk ends in an area in which residents frequently walk to access local convenience stores. There's no speed limit signage, and along this section, as we walked from City Hall down towards Frink, a couple with a young child in a stroller had to carry the stroller due to the road and the sidewalk not being conducive to wheels. Stop number 2 occurred at the corner of Frink and Foreman. The average walk experience score for this stretch ranged from 1 to 4. Such highlighted comments include there not being much room on the shoulder of the road for walking or using a mobility device or even pushing a small stroller, which meant participants felt that they were walking in traffic. One person stating, "Safety ended when the sidewalk ended." From those who rated higher, they said, "It wasn't that bad, it was kind of bumpy, and it's easy to navigate if you're able-bodied." Well, 1 in 3 South Carolinians identify as having a disability, including many senior residents who simply have aged into less mobility, vision, and hearing. So how well is everyone actually navigating the city? Our final stop was our return back to the parking area in front of Granby Gardens Park after we walked down Walter Price and using the crosswalk to cross 5 lanes of traffic on 12th Street. The average walk experience score was 1 to 2. Comments included, the road crossing was scary. The crosswalk is fading. An additional crosswalk on the other side, like at the other corner, for the Avenues residents wanting to walk and access the park is needed. Some sort of crossing light or change in the intersection design is also needed. And again, no street lights or pedestrian level lighting makes it difficult to see and or be seen. We debriefed further in the park, and I felt this quote summed up kind of the essence of the experience. Busy roads divide neighborhoods, perpetuate separation, and make building community harder. In the end, that's what we as a coalition are trying to do. Create a safe, healthy, inclusive sense of community for everyone. Imagine if more people walked, biked, and rolled through the city, and residents could recognize more fellow community members as a result. What could that do for a sense of community here in Cayce? And how could that even help policing within the city? The last question people were asked were to identify other areas in the city they felt needed more attention. The complete list is before you, but it includes such streets as Julius Felder, L Avenue to Charleston Highway, and 12th Street from City Hall all the way to Triangle City. We recognize this targets areas within 2 to 3 miles of the river and leaves out other parts of the city. I've already spoken to Councilmember Sachs about arranging a community walk audit deeper within his district to engage more resident voices, and I'm happy to do the same thing for other districts. Right now, it's too hot to safely take people outside to do a walk audit, but as fall approaches, I'll be in touch. This concludes my update, and on behalf of the coalition, we'd like to reiterate that we recognize that Cayce, like most jurisdictions in South Carolina, does not own the streets, and a lot of this coordination will have to take place on the county and state level. We're not requesting any action from the city at this time. However, it may be of interest to note that West Columbia has documented the 5-mile loop the coalition proposed on their latest revitalization plan update. So as Cayce updates zoning ordinances, we hope that you will keep this feedback that the coalition provides in mind and lay down the framework for more walk, bike-friendly city. Thank you for your time. Do you have any questions for me?
Any questions for Doc,
Can we ask
please?
you? Tracy, I think it's more of a question. I just want to make, we approved a grant a couple of months ago. I think it was $200,000+ to look at safety in intersections.
Yeah.
Well, what Dara's doing, is it correlating with this grant to be able to assist those intersections that she spoke of?
At least one of them, certainly the one right here, is on that list.
Okay,
And
good.
Dara's group and the coalition were supporters of us getting that grant.
And we'll-
Status of that is that we have just gotten our final agreement approved with the DOT, and we'll start soliciting for a contractor to help us with that.
You've done some phenomenal work, and certainly, I speak on behalf of the majority of council, we want walkability, we really do. And the work that you've done, and I applaud you, you've done a great job with that. But we don't need to just put those stats to the side. Certainly, if we've got a grant, we need to unify that grant with
We are more than happy to share any data with whoever is contracted for the Safe Streets for All program.
And I love the quote that the safety ends where the sidewalk ends. It's so true. I jog that area coming up Frink Street before you get to where you're talking about with Foreman. And when that sidewalk ends, you have to watch out. And if we can continue with things like that, we certainly want to. I think I speak on behalf of the majority of council. This is something that we appreciate you doing, and please don't think it's falling on deaf ears.
Anything else?
Dara, I just want to thank you as a fellow masters in public health. You know, we've known each other for decades. You are the perfect person to be in that position, and we're so thankful for everything that the Brooklyn Lakeview Empowerment Center is doing for Cayce and West Columbia, because they are making a monumental difference. And as you and I have talked, we're here to do anything we can to support y'all, and as y'all have done to support us in getting that grant and letters of recommendation, and also pulling together this data and knowing that we don't have those roads. Those aren't ours. Those are county, they're state, but we care, and we're going to help keep moving things forward. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, we have a presentation by business consultant Mr. Fletcher Smith regarding South Carolina Small Business Development Center.
Thanks, sir. Great to see you again. Thank you.
Municipal Clerk, City Manager, Councilman, and Mayor, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Very grateful for this chance. I'm Fletcher Smith, a business consultant with the South Carolina Small Business Development Centers here in this area. As a resident of Indigo Avenue here in Cayce, I work 3 days a week in this market, 2 days over in Sumter, but I'm here often to work with the constituents here. And my purpose for being here tonight is to make you aware of our work and the services that we provide at no cost to all the constituents in this market. At some point in your service to the city, we believe somebody's going to approach you to start a new business, and we hope that you can now have a great place to send them to the South Carolina Small Business Development Centers, and we will certainly help them. You may ask, what do we do? Well, in 1979, Congress established the Small Business Development Centers, and now we serve all 50 states. We're a resource partner of the Small Business Administration, and we operate as a part of the University of South Carolina system here locally. About 1/2 of my engagements with clients are with typically people who are already in business, and they may need help with something as simple as social media marketing, or they may need help starting a new business or opening a new location, something of that nature, or additional funding for their current business. About half of the other half of the work that I do would be with entrepreneurs, I would say, who are on the cusp of starting new businesses. They've either got an idea or a concept or a product, that service that they want to provide to the market. And so I assist them in writing business plans, doing financial projections. I'll help them get their limited liability corporation status set up. If there's other statuses that they need, such as S Corp or C Corp. We will get them in the right hands to get that accomplished. I help them with licensing, such as the City of Cayce business license, which is obviously important to you, retail licensing with South Carolina DOR. If they're seeking funding and they're loan ready, I'll assist them with a loan application and a checklist from a specific lender or match them up to a lender that we already work with. So who else benefits by our work? We believe that we also add to the local economy by maintaining referral lists of other businesses and services that these new small businesses are going to need. So we keep a list of local people here who are attorneys, bankers, CPAs, real estate, commercial personnel, insurance agents, that these small businesses are going to need their services. So in that way, too, we believe we're also giving back to the community. I also personally participate and give time to the Small Business Council at the Cayce West Columbia Chamber of Commerce. And through the chamber, I'm afforded the opportunity to provide education or participate in any number of events that involve small businesses in this area. So it's an opportunity for me to build great relationships. And I'm going to give you one example that's near and dear to all of you here that's just happened to me recently. I met your very own Rochelle Smith, who is a graduate of the cohort program of the Chamber of Commerce here locally. And I was able to spend some time with Rochelle reviewing the business license requirements and processes that you have established here in the city of Cayce. So interestingly, the business license department of any city is a place where somebody starting a business first conceives the idea, well, that's a starting point for me. So oftentimes that first stop is going to be Rochelle. So now we have the relationship where she knows to send the people to me, and I've already sent someone back to her. She and you have my commitment that we know the facts, and we will help someone get their license paperwork prepared and get it in your hands and get them properly licensed to do business in your city. And that's something we think is very important. So in closing, how do you engage with us? Well, first of all, our client relationships, we think that confidentiality is very important, so we publicly help our clients market their products and services. But anything proprietary, anything financially related, we certainly remain and keep that private. We do collect over time their sales, employee, and capital data as they progress as a small business. It gets compiled into a very large report, a statewide report that goes up to the Small Business Administration, and they in turn break it down and send it back into the congressional levels locally for public consumption. So on my business card that I'm leaving each of you tonight, you'll find my local contact information. So if someone approaches you, please have them contact me, and I'll begin to faithfully work to help them get started and add to the economy here locally. They also can look on the back of that business card and see our website, and they can sign up that way, and they'll have access to 3 other people that work in the Richland and Lexington market areas besides myself. So we have plenty of people to provide assistance to them. And I'm also leaving behind all of you our annual report for the whole state of South Carolina and the one-page summary that I spoke about. This is Congressman Wilson's district and the work that we did last year where we started 31 businesses with $12 million worth of capital employed into the marketplace here. Not the year that we would love to have, obviously, but we are facing tough times with high interest rates, as you know, and lots of people are spending their money on inflationary items. As I know you're aware of, so we're not getting as much activity. But we think as we get into 2025, 2026, this will pick back up again, and we'll look forward to having more opportunities to help grow the business here in this marketplace. Any questions from any of you?
Councilman McCarty, you look like you're, I'm good?
Thank you.
Okay.
Mayor, again, I don't have a question as much as I do have a comment for Mr. Fletcher Smith. I want to thank him for, when he came to this community, he said, I want to be a part of this community. And lo and behold, through the Small Business Development Center with the state of South Carolina, he found a way to be able to do that. Small businesses, for every 3 large businesses, there are 97 small businesses. The gentleman who is an electrician is too busy putting wires together to truly understand and have time to be able to put a budget together. But the budget's what makes him go out of business. And Fletcher's here to be able to assist those small businesses to become bigger, better, and stronger. And working through our business office here at the City of Cayce and working with Shelley is just phenomenal. So I want to say thank you for what you're doing, not only for the city of Cayce, but for the entire CWC community. I appreciate you very, very much.
You're very welcome. Thank you. Anything else?
Thank you so much. I'm excited about this. I'll definitely be sharing this.
Please do, and I'm going to close with one more remark. South Carolina Department of Employment and Workforce in Q3 of last year said there's 9,500 businesses in Lexington County. 9,000 of those businesses are under 50 employees, okay? 50,000 people work in those 9,000 businesses, so it's obviously the heartbeat of this community. So we do ask you to support it and appreciate this opportunity. Thank you. I'm very grateful.
Thank
Have
you,
a good
Mr.
night.
Smith.
Thank you.
Next, we have discussion approval to select a vendor for the fire department station alerting system.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. You approved last year with ARPA funds $60,000 to purchase this system for the fire department. You did so because it would bring us up to NFPA standards and industry best practices. It's a clear, rapid communication and alerting system. It would have a positive impact on our response times, employee satisfaction, and performance. The system would fully integrate our current CAD system and any future that I'll talk about in a second, and will improve upon the communication safety and response times that we currently have. It's also good for our firefighters. It has a system for alerting them. It's what it does. It's an alerting system to their work and a nice way to do it. So staff has been researching potential vendors for this since you approved that, and they're grateful for that. They would like to choose this system that is compatible with Lexington County, especially since we have just now made that transfer to them. That would be Purvis Systems. They're known for automated dispatching systems, servers, station radio, and mobile alerting for fire, EMS, and military applications. Again, this is who Lexington County Fire and EMS use. We would ask that if you would choose to do so, that we would have to waive our procurement process because we'd like to sole source this to them for that compatibility. Again, it's already budgeted for. It's $60,000. You see in your packet a quote from them for $52,540.19. That includes the initial development and installation and the first year of ongoing maintenance of $2,182.50 after the warranty period ends. So staff recommends approval for council to waive the formal bidding process, select Purvis Systems in the amount of $52,540.19, which would include the first year of maintenance post-warranty to install the fire department's station alerting system. Again, this is fully compatible with Lexington County Communications Center and is already funded. The ongoing fees would be $2,000 or so, and we would work that into each annual budget. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the staff recommendation?
Absolutely, Mayor. Motion to approve the staff recommendation that we waive the formal bidding process and to select Purvis Systems in the amount of $52,540.19.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
I just see our fire chiefs and instructors here, and obviously they would let us know if they didn't like this, so. Okay.
Awesome. All right, I'll call the question.
Mayor Pro Tem James?
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas?
Yes.
Councilmember Socks?
Yes.
Councilmember Carter?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes, thank you. So moved. We have discussion and approval of intergovernmental agreement with the town of Springdale for Airport Boulevard corridor improvements.
This is a really exciting step for us. For several years now, you know that we have been working with the Midlands Business Leadership Group, MBLG, to establish regional gateways around the region. We've been working with them as well as other local municipalities in Richland and Lexington County. As you recall, the team identified two priority projects to begin with. That is Airport Boulevard from the airport to the interstate, as well as Fort Jackson Gateway. Since that time, they have been raising funds for the construction, and they have been funding through our contractor the design of that work. They have been focusing solely on Airport Boulevard. The Land Plan Group, who is our on-call landscape architect, has been working on that scope. They've completed those drawings. They've completed the design and construction of that. Again, it was funded by MBLG. Our next step for this work to continue is to get a permit from the DOT to get their approval for this design, and then, of course, to go into the procurement phase of selecting a contractor and getting the construction underway. As you well know, we are on one side of the street, on one side of that corridor, and Springdale is on the other. DOT prefers one applicant, and quite frankly, for efficiency of procurement selection, vendor selection, and overall project management, MBLG has discussed and would like for us to be the sole applicant for this. They have also, MBLG, funded a project manager, person named Mickey Layden she's the CEO of LCK. They're a professional project management company, fully funded by MBLG to help us see this through. So the step we need to take is to have an IGA with this town of Springdale, allowing us to be the applicant within their jurisdiction. They would also turn over the procurement process. It would follow ours. They have already approved that IGA. It's in your packet. Legal counsel has looked at that for us as well. I'm sorry. Again, no cost for us, no cost for this agreement. We are being gifted a project manager. It's just going through our process, and really excited about this next step of the process if you should choose to go forward. So staff recommends council approve the intergovernmental agreement with the town of Springdale for the Regional Gateways Project, and that you authorize the city manager to execute.
Move that we approve the IGA with the town of Springdale for the Regional Gateways Project and authorize the city manager to execute.
Awesome. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Super exciting. I'm glad to finally see it come to fruition.
I agree. Thank you.
Yes, me too. I was on the original committee that actually brought this forward. So it's been a long time in coming, and I've been really excited and thankful to get to work with the Midlands Business Leadership Group and have this be the first gateway project. It's actually one of 9 that will transform the region, so I'm excited. It's in your district, but something that I helped bring forward many, many years ago. So it's exciting that we're finally here. So I'll call the question.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Took a while for that tree to grow, didn't it?
You did. It's
Yes, absolutely.
Councilmember Thomas.
Yes.
Councilmember Sock.
Yes.
Councilmember Carter.
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes, thank you, so moved. Next, we have discussion and approval of ordinance 2024-08, amending Article 6 district regulations to add language to create the RS4A single-family zoning district, along with accompanying regulations. This is the second reading.
Madam Mayor, members of council, there's been no change since first reading. I will remind you that, as it was alluded to earlier in the public comment section, you did give first reading to the version of the district that was proposed by city staff, and that is noted in the agreement, in the white paper for you tonight. So if you should proceed as you did, or not want to make any changes, you would simply give a second reading as is.
Okay, Mindy, will you scroll down a bit?
Excuse me.
Thank you. So you have the recommendation before you.
Make a motion that we approve ordinance 2024-08, amending Article 6, district regulations to add language to create the RS4A, single-family zoning district, along with accompanying regulations.
Okay, and is there a second?
I'll make a second, Mayor, with a comment.
Okay.
Four comments.
All right,
Tracy, help me remember what you tell me. There, you eased my mind when you told me that this, and again, for those of you who don't know Mike and Tracy, when it comes to things like this, they're probably the very best in the state. But you eased my mind when you told me that there was comfort in this, and that city administration can deny certain things in this compared to the others that we have. Does that ring a bell with you?
No, what it was stated was that you have full control over where this district goes. Because it doesn't exist anywhere now. It's very difficult to make changes to existing districts
That's you're right. You're right.
because it would have, I mean, you have to think about the impact it has on every single place that's already zoned for that. You know, so you wield the ultimate control at this point, since it's brand new and doesn't exist anywhere, and where it gets to be applied. The two things that the Planning Commission had question about were duplexes, which are really, they're called duplexes, but they're attached homes. You know, to attach, they share, they're still single family. They're just sharing a very limited side yard, and the accessory dwelling units. Mr. Pazzarini was correct. The Planning Commission requested that the duplexes be removed unanimously, and then a majority of them asked that the ADUs or accessory dwelling units be removed. But the control lies in the fact that there's no district here now that could then be applied to. You have control in the sense of where you put these on the ground. It does open up additional housing options. We have additional standards of design for duplexes and zero lot line homes. Infill would apply if infill is appropriate. So you have additional design standards for all of these types of units. And I think that the accessory dwelling units are allowed, and I think what it was being spoken to earlier, by special conditions. They have conditions that have to be met above and beyond what's in there. So I think that's what was being alluded to earlier. So it does open up a variety of housing styles and types that don't exist now, but you have control over where that property, where you put that zoning designation.
I better understand it, thank you.
Yeah.
I
knew what you were getting,
I
yeah.
misinterpreted you, but what we do is we approve this new district, zoning district, and then we get to approve where it goes after that.
Somebody has to ask for it. It doesn't exist on the ground today. It's very complicated to change existing zoning districts because you may think it is a good idea here, but it has a bad impact somewhere else where that district already is. Because it's brand new, you're putting it wherever you want it. And you can say, no, I don't. I think the threat, if you think it's a threat, or you think that particular housing style wouldn't be compatible where the request is being made, you have ultimate authority over denying that zoning district. The complication you have tonight is that you do already have a request for this, but you have to take that into consideration of the potential for that housing there.
To our speaker's point tonight, though, if the current proposed project for this area was to fall through, the next has to come before us for us to approve.
No,
once
it would
it's
be rezoned to this. Yes,
It
sir.
would be completely rezoned
He is
to
correct in what he
whatever
said.
they wish to put there.
Correct.
If
Whatever,
it falls within the Article 6,
that's correct.
which could include the duplexes and the ADUs.
That is correct.
Okay.
With all of the other additional design standards you have for that. Those are traditional housing styles that go in this level of density, is the reason it was proposed by staff.
Duplexes and ADUs?
In this type of characteristic and density, yes, sir. But again, that's just a statement of density. You decide where
It's
it goes
not a
on the land.
location.
Yeah,
It's not a plan.
It's not a location.
Okay.
that's your,
Okay.
you decide what you want that character to be, and then you can decide where it goes or where it doesn't go.
As far as the growth of this city in a very progressive manner, you and Mike support, obviously, or you would not have put this before us.
That's correct.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. I
Absolutely.
needed some further clarification is what I needed.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was valuable. Okay, I'll call the question.
Mayor Pro Tem James?
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas?
Yes.
Councilmember Socks?
Yes.
Councilmember Carter?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes, thank you, so moved.
Sorry for delaying.
We have, oh, no, you're fine. Yeah, that's valuable. Discussion and approval of ordinance 2024-09, amending the zoning map and rezoning properties located at 800 Lexington Avenue. This is for tax map number 05769-04-001 and tax map number 005769-04-004 from RS3 to RS4A. This is the second reading.
Again, no change since your first reading. This is an application of this new district on a particular parcel. You were given a split vote from the Planning Commission. You approved it for first reading, so that's what's noticed in this packet for second reading. Staff recommends it.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
Mayor, if you'd allow it, I'd like to just make sure that, I think through some of the communications, we've talked about this before, but one thing that I'm extremely happy about is that the project director of what will go here for nice housing has also recognized the property and what it was for almost 100 years, and that's a school. And they have committed to, if you will, honoring and memorializing that of what it was in some way as they move forward, to include, just even as small as a groundbreaking, but bringing everybody back that graduated from that school or attended that school, so that it's not just something that is forgotten. And they even have some ideas in mind of trying to go back in history to name the neighborhood something that is reminiscent of the school that was there, which, as a person who went to that school and played in that playground, I appreciate, and I know many, many people in that community appreciate that we just don't forget what was there for so long. So I appreciate that. I know you've met with them as well about that.
Yes, definitely.
That's good to know. I wasn't aware of any of that.
It's really good stuff.
Any other discussion?
And the zoning still permits
I-
duplexes.
So, if there's no other discussion, then, go ahead.
Oh, I guess call for the question.
No, I haven't called for the question.
I'm sorry, I thought you were.
No, that's okay,
Go
but I
ahead.
will.
Good,
I will,
good.
thank you. Yeah, so I just, there seems to be some confusion. I just want to make sure everybody knows what's what. So the item that was before 5A is, and this is what the city manager was saying so well, that is just, it is the equivalent of saying, we say if you're this designation, you can paint all houses pink. But then a property has to come to us and say, hey, we want to be that designation because we want to have our house be painted pink. I'm not giving the best example, but I'm trying to give an example that says this is just a description. It is not for anywhere. But anytime anything gets built, then that has to get zoned a certain way. It may already be zoned for what it is, but currently the property that we're talking about is zoned as a school. If I remember correctly, it was RS3. No, what used to be school, then it's RS3, which is wider residential density. So what they're asking for is this new thing, which is just a certain type of density for residential housing. So that's what that first vote was that just passed unanimously. This vote is saying that particular property, we want to be zoned this way. So there's two different things. So what just passed said, hey, we're just saying this description is something that we want as an option for anybody who wants to create a development in our city to be able to say, hey, you've had this menu of items before, we want this new one now. So that's all that last one was. This one is talking about what happens on that particular property, and that is a different question. My computer just went down. See if it'll come back up. Maybe. I can just, will you give me a paper one, Zoe, Mindy? Thank you. Thank you. But she's giving me one. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mindy. All right. All right. So I just wanted everybody to understand what was what. So with the understanding that this is now saying that what we just passed of what that description of that zoning option is, we're saying, the question is, will we apply it to this particular property at 800 Lexington Avenue? So with that understanding, I will call the question.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas.
Yes.
Councilmember Socks.
Yes.
Councilmember Carter,
Yes.
Mayor.
No. All right, next we have committee matters. We have approval to enter the following committee-approved minutes into the city's record. You have Planning Commission from May 20th, 2024.
Motion to approve the Planning Commission minutes of May 20, 2024.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? I'll call the question.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas.
Yes.
Councilmember Socks.
Yes.
Councilmember Carter,
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes, thank you, so moved. We have the city manager's report.
Just a couple of upcoming events I want to make the public aware and remind you of. July 27th is our first ever Cayce Cool Down Day. It'll be in Granby Gardens from 11 to 1. That's being put on by our events committee and being worked very hard on by our clerk and Amanda. So come out, free fun, inflatables, water. Hopefully it is as hot as it is now. So it'll be a great day. That day as well, from 2 to 5, is our police department's back to school bash. That's out Mount Zion. That's always a great hit for our kids and our families. Again, a free event where they've been collecting school supplies to give to them. There'll be a lot of fun going on there too. So great day of fun for for our visitors and our residents and our citizens. August 3rd is Prescription Drug Take-Back Day that's being put on by our fire department and Lindsay. That will be at, and I just lost it. Where's that being held? Knox Abbott. Yes, so sorry, the lot company on Knox Abbott. Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, that'll be, we'll be advertising for that soon. A lot of work going into that. Due to the heat, Muffin will not be present, so don't go if you think you're going to go see Muffin. Snow cones will be. So,
Muffin, tell them who Muffin is.
Lastly, we are excited to announce that we will have a grants manager at long last, starting with us later next week. Comes with over 15 years of experience in all sorts of grant writing and management. This will be a great relief to our staff that have been pulling a lot of double duty on that. And look forward to having that person join our team. So excited to make that announcement. That's all I have.
That's awesome, thank you. Any council comments tonight?
I have none, Mayor.
Well, I have just a couple things. So, Rebecca Thomas, if you're out there, thank you so much for celebrating 367 days of marriage with me. So 2 days ago, we celebrated our 1-year anniversary. And so I just love you, and you're always up here with me because this ring is always shining. So thank you so much for standing by me, and you're always up here with me. I really appreciate all the councils and the mayor's thoughts and prayers for my family at this time due to an unexpected death. And I really would appreciate y'all's thoughts and prayers as well. And just thank you so much for being here tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. Anybody else? I just want to say thanks to staff. Thanks for creating a great place to work so we get really good grants managers, and that makes a difference in our budget, and that helps to take some pressure off of our citizens, and it helps to give our staff some of the great equipment that they need to do the job that we're asking them to do. So excited about that hire. Thank you so much. All right, we have executive session for receipt of legal advice relating to claims and potential claims by and against the city and other matters covered by the attorney-client privilege, including an update on Lexington County's cancellation of road maintenance agreement, claim for improvements to Taylor Street at New State Road, and discussion of employment of an employee appointed by the City Council. Is there a motion to go into executive session for said reasons?
So moved, Mayor.
Second.
Okay, I'll call the question.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas.
Yes.
Councilmember Socks.
Yes.
Councilmember Carter.
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes, thank you, so moved. All right, so no vote was taken in executive session except to come out of executive session. Are there any possible actions by council in follow-up to executive session?
I move to authorize the city manager to proceed with the proposal for Taylor Street improvements from 3D Dirtworks LLC pursuant to our agreement with Lexington County for road improvements with contingencies as discussed in executive session pursuant to the provisions of the IGA with Lexington County with any necessary city funding provided by the general fund unassigned fund balance.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? I think it's, thank you to staff for really moving this in a tough climate for getting roads paved. Nice job navigating all that, and, you know, it's great that we've got a really good county agreement so that, you know, the county's gonna do their part to get this done, and take care of this business that's in the county and the city.
Very good.
So I'll call the question.
Mayor Pro Tem James?
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas?
Yes.
Councilmember Saab?
Yes.
Councilmember Carter?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes, thank you, so moved.
I move that we approve the amendment to the agreement and memorandum of understanding between the city and Cayce Hegler as to employment as provided by the document prepared by the city attorney and authorize the mayor to sign on behalf of the city.
Second.
Any discussion? I'll call the question.
Mayor Pro Tem James?
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas?
Yes.
Councilmember Saab?
Yes.
Councilmember Carter?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes, thank you, so moved.
I move that we approve the agreement between the city and Cayce Hegler as to the mutually agreed voluntary separation and authorize the agreement to begin Friday, July 19th, 2024, and authorize the mayor to sign on behalf of the city.
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion?
I want to thank Tracy for her years of service to the city and wish her the best in her future endeavors.
Tracy, you know, while this certainly is a mutual decision, I want to point out that, as I did earlier tonight even, actually in council meeting, that I don't think there's many people that can pull a team together better than Cayce Hegler, and certainly when it comes to ordinances and zoning, she's probably the best I've ever seen. And Tracy, thank you for your fingerprints upon the city of Cayce that will be here for many, many years to come, and everything that you've done.
Yeah, I'd certainly reiterate that. Thank you, Tracy, for taking care of my city. You come in here a few years ago, which was actually a tough time for me personally, and you and I came together quickly, and again, I appreciate what you've done, and best of luck in the future.
Tracy, I just thank you so much for your service and for having patience with me for the 9 months as a newly elected councilman. So just thank you so much for all you've done. And it's just been an honor to sing your praises for the things you've done here. So just thank you so much for that.
I'd just like to recognize Tracy for the fabulous job she's done here. There's been a number of people that have said that Tracy's the best city manager we've ever had. I think we had a citizen say that tonight in our meeting. And we have a lot of new businesses that are coming to our city. Thanks to Tracy's leadership, she's done an amazing job of creating a culture where employees want to come, and so we recruit the best, and we've got a number of those folks in here right now. We retain the best and we recruit the best. We were lucky to have Chief Cowan for a number of years, and now we're lucky to have Chief Grant, and you know, she's done an amazing job of keeping things going despite being down two of our most prominent department heads, with our chief of police out and with our director of utilities, who's been out for several weeks after being in a horrific car crash. She's not missed a beat, and that's pretty amazing. You know, she's helped us do what we do well, which is to keep our taxes and fees low, but with a really high quality of life. And it's been an honor to work with you. I'll call the question.
Mayor Pro Tem James?
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas?
Yes.
Councilmember Saab?
Yes.
Councilmember Carter,
Yes.
Mayor,
No.
I move to appoint Jim Crosland as the interim city manager beginning July 20th, 2024, to serve pending the search and appointment of a replacement city manager.
Second.
Any discussion? Well, I'll certainly just say, Jim, thank you so much for stepping up quickly. You're a vital part of this team, and we're thankful for your leadership. I'll call the question.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas.
Yes.
Councilmember Socks.
Yes.
Councilmember Carter,
Yes.
Mayor,
Yes, thank you, so moved.
Move that we adjourn the meeting.
Second.
I'll call the question.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Councilmember Socks.
Yes.
Councilmember Carter,
Yes.
Mayor,
Yes, thank you, so moved.
Well, the Cayce Mafia is taking over Cayce again.